Hello everybody and welcome to the first part of Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. We're here at the very tail end of this series of expansions that has spanned an entire storyline. For what I understand, 10 years of pretty much just like constant storytelling with from A Realm Reborn all the way up to now. Now for that little opening bit, I was... To go a little into it before we fully begin, I was very much debating on what to do for the start of the stream. Part of me wanted to be like, oh, well, let me make a quick kind of previously on to catch up what's been going on in the story, right? And kind of make, as cringy as it sounds, kind of make it a bit of an AMV of sorts, all to the track that y'all just heard, but I didn't have the time for it. I was already running low on time as is, just finishing up this new PNGTuber glam that I finished up just yesterday actually. So I'm happy about that, but in the end I also figured out, oh hey, there's actually a shorter version of Endwalker that I can use for the opening of the stream, so that's cool. So there's that. But yeah, no, we're here at the end of the road for the storyline. Now, as a quick recap, I suppose that I can give for those that may be watching the stream and are like, hey, well, Endwalker, well, what's been going on so far? The TLDR I can give you, without going too far into the back for a lot of the stuff. We just got back from the first with a couple of new friends, and already shit's hitting the fan. You got towers that are popping up all over the world, and they're basically siphoning the aether or the life energy from the world in order to summon lunar primals. All in service of what exactly? Don't know. But that's what we're likely going to find out in this expansion, along with several different things that I've been very curious to delve into in regards to, okay, so we've already gone into the stuff to do with the Ascians, more or less. What of Hydaelyn's people, though? Ooh, like, I've been thinking about it in the back of my mind since like 3 weeks ago when we started the finale of Shadowbringers, and I've been thinking about it, and I'm like, well, wait, Shadowbringers focused mostly on who was left of the Unsundered from Zodiark's group, but what if, are there any left that were unsundered from Hydaelyn's group? And if so, who's to say that they aren't living amongst regular people? Just, you know, just pushing things and influence here and there. And that's what I'm curious to find out. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. As you can no doubt tell, I've done my prep work. I have gone ahead and leveled Paladin up to level 80, and I will be doing a different thing here in comparison to what I did for both Stormblood and for Shadowbringers. I will be leveling 3 classes at once. That's right. I'm going to be leveling Dark Knight alongside Dragoon. For Endwalker. It's going to be a daunting task, but I'm going to be mostly doing that on the side. Dark Knight I can kind of lay off of for a bit because it's currently level 83, but Dragoon and Paladin are going to be my main, the main two that I'll be swapping back and forth from, either for story content or for leveling stuff, just because, I have been told by some friends that there is a sequence at the very end of Endwalker that is best played with your preferred class or the class that you started off with. Now, the class that I started off with personally was Summoner, which haven't exactly been the biggest fan of the Summoner, the Mage classes. I don't know, something about it just hasn't really rubbed me the right way. So instead, I'll be likely doing that end sequence with a flip of the coin of either Dark Knight or Dragoon. But without further ado, that's enough talking for me, that's enough preamble. Let's go ahead and get started with Endwalker. So let's talk to Alphino and get this started. The next ship to set sail. Well, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in the Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Also, love the model there, Ver. Love the model there, Vel. Thank you. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand begins with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in multitude of locations throughout the world. So yeah, this is basically the, alright, new people, this is what's going on. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telephori. The Telephori's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Oh. Hey, new music. Oh. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal oh, yeah. Interesting, those towers have fucking flesh walls. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem to be able to resist being tempered at least. But after what happened to Erenville and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telephori are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Zenos and Fandaniel, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. Yeah, holy shit! This really does feel like okay, many people who have not played Final Fantasy XIV are going to jump in and start playing Final Fantasy XIV. What is the best way we can crash course them into... What is the best way we can crash course them into catching up with the story? Just have your party of characters just exposit everything at the very beginning. Like, I understand why they're doing this, but god, this feels bizarre for me who have been playing like the entire way through. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. It's legit crazy to think that Garlemald fell that quickly, and admittedly, it's one of the things that I would have liked to see, as opposed to it just being told to me. You know, like, oh, by the way, Garlemald fell. It's like, what? What do you mean Garlemald fell? Also, quick audio check. I'm not coming in too loud, am I, in comparison to the game? Hang on. Let me do a quick audio check on my end. Oh, shit. Hold on. Oh, excuse me. I am a little loud. Alright then, give me a bit. Voice volume is a little louder than the game. Okay, does this sound a little better? That should hopefully sound a little bit better. I turned the gain down on my mic a bit. Gonna wait a bit before proceeding, and I might as well do a quick audio check myself. Give me... Okay, I think that sounds fine. I just did a bit of an audio check myself. What I will do is I'll crank up the game volume just a bit, and I'll actually turn myself down just a bit more. There we go. Let me make sure that mic volume is there. Alright, we should be good to go. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with narier words spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of not— Oh. See, that's just being told to me. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telophorai. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise the means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Sharlayan, I'm sure of it. Master Forshno's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The forum knows more than it's letting on. Yeah, right, Mr. Best Out of the Year award came in to basically say, Alpha no Alize, you're disowned, but also, the world isn't ending. If it were, we would know. Which is a very suspicious thing to say, like, what do you know that we don't? Interesting. Oh. Sorry to interrupt. We just received word from Mistress Krile. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limsa Laminsa and board the next ship bound for Sharlayan. You missed everything? Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldesion. Come to assist with the Order's restoration. Alright, off to Sharlayan we go! The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. No, you missed everything. This is the end of Endwalker! I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. Let's do it. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need to at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Oh, I already love the quest theme. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. All right, onward to Limsa. Yeah, I'm excited to see what entails in Sharlayan, considering that I don't know, man. There's a lot of really suspicious shit going on in Sharlayan. Like I mentioned earlier, the fact that they're like, LMAO, stupid. The world isn't gonna end. If it were, we would know. Which is, very, very, very suspicious. Also, speak with Itaru and Limsa Laminsa. Where in Limsa Laminsa, though? Oh, next to the Arcanist Guild. Okay, I know where that is. Also, real quick, actually, let me edit. Let me quickly edit. Oh, wait, no, I probably can't do that. I'll do that later. There's no war in Sharlayan. Now, I'm excited to see how all this concludes. Oh, as an additional thing I probably should have mentioned, these Endwalker streams, as much as I would like to play the game for ages and just like complete everything in one sitting, these streams will be significantly shorter than the both the Stormblood and the Shadowbringer streams. If anything, I will likely be doing this the same way that I did with Endwalker, not Endwalker, Heaven's Word. where the streams would go about as far as like, I'd say like maybe 3 hours at most, if not a little less than that. Just because I do want to kind of pace myself out and take my time with the content of this game. Anyways, let's talk to our friendos. I never thought the day would come when I would be sailing home again. It always seems so very far away. Sea travel can be tedious, but I don't mind it. It's a rare experience for most Ishgardians. I shudder to think what manner of truth awaiteth us beyond the Indigo Deep. Still, more do I dread the prospect of discussions long overdue. Contrary to what you might think, this will be like going home for me as well. I may have learned how to survive in Limsa Lominsa, but it was in Sharlayan where I was taught, quite relentlessly I might add, the skills to properly live. When will the footage of the Alliance raids and trials from Shadowbringers be posted? The trials I have recorded, and I will likely be editing down soon. Probably as like in-between stuff. As far as the Alliance raids, those are the Nier Automata ones, right? I have yet to start those, so if anything I can probably get started on those and do a recording session of those later if I can. Not later today, but like later on if I can. The big thing, the big hurdle with those is, as always, is actually finding the time to edit that stuff down, because obviously I do have other stuff to do, but also getting the consent from all parties involved to basically use their voice and whatnot. And then if I can't, basically just like figure out ways to edit them out of the video voice wise. Oh, you meant the normal raids, the weapon stuff. So I do have all of those recorded, at least the main meat of them. Unfortunately, and this is the part that sucks, I don't think I recorded the finale for the weapon stuff. At least I don't think I do. So those may unfortunately just have to be left on the back burner, unfortunately, as like unposted trials that I did. I'd have to double check, but I don't think I recorded Diamond Weapon, or I know I recorded Sapphire, I recorded Emerald, and I recorded Ruby, but I don't think I recorded the end cutscene and the stuff to do with Diamond Weapon. But yeah. So yeah, I keep talking to our friendos. What a grim reason to bring you to Sharlayan. Not much to be done about it, I suppose, but I would have liked to give you the grand tour under happier circumstances. Though a part of me looks forward to returning home, I've not forgotten that my father stripped us of the privilege of our family name. I hope it doesn't cause trouble with the officials upon our arrival. I can't help but feel bad for these two. I might have lived in Master Matoya's cave for a good part of my life, but even for me, the thought of returning to Sharlayan is quite exciting. I can hardly imagine how it is for others who live there most of their lives there. Diamond Weapon and the other weapons are the trials. Normal raids or the... oh god, I can't remember the series of 12 fights. Normal raids. Oh, the Eden stuff. Yeah, I have all the Eden stuff recorded. That's good. You know, I have the Eden stuff recorded in full. Everyone is here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Sharlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. Yeah, I'll be sure to do my best with editing those, because there's a lot of fun shit that happens with their time in the Eden raids. Our first cutscene of voiced cutscene of Endwalker.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Did Thancred really just say schedule?
Excellent.
Schedule?
'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one.
How funny, so did I.
And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
I can't help but think that the mention of Louis Soir will be quite prevalent
that every twist of time's
throughout
river
this expansion.
And fate's whims are brought into sharp relief.
Sorry, opening a soda. Actually, it's a
Thou
Red
hast
Bull.
matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh my fucking god! Weren't you trying to rob Louis Soir?
Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Already, this is off to a great start.
Will this be your first visit to Sharlayan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I was about to say, what the fuck?
Merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
Alphino, please.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
I love this already.
Better.
Aw, poor Tataru, though.
Are you alright, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
She never gets to join us.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland.
What about you? We need our Omnicrafter.
It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Aww. I'll bring them back. No sense in worrying about things. No. I'll bring them back. They'll be fine. Don't worry.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Oh my god, he has a voice.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
I can't believe it. Such iconic characters such as
We're to
Hori
assist
Boulder
the
and
Maelstrom
Culminate
and the Kobolds
have
with a lunar
voices.
primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the
I was about to say, well, Hori Boulder
will do
has a
our
voice
part
at
to ensure
least.
the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
Culminate didn't get the same treatment.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
All aboard!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey! And please, please, be careful.
Bye, Tataru. Off we go to Sharlayan.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
Wait a minute. That voice.
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux.
I know that voice.
In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
I think it's appropriate that the line "love leads to loss" is said right as I'm wearing, you know, his family crest shield. I figured it'd be appropriate.
In the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Map! Map, my friend! It's been so long! Off we go! So it is. The little narration bits and Endwalker are brought to you by him. I like it. Hey guys, can we turn the speaker off? Guys?
Feel.
Guys, can we please turn the speaker off? I don't like this track. Hello.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser.
Good morning, Graha.
Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
What are you doing?
Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlayan should be coming into view at any moment.
Just as they were asleep on the ship at the start of A Realm Reborn, yeah? Yeah? Oh wait! Are Alphino and Alize, there with you at the start of A Realm Reborn, regardless of which, opening kind of, like, class you choose? Because I've seen people start in Ul'dah, and they're in the back of a carriage in Ul'dah. Oh, hi, Mama Crystal.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad.
Yeah, hello. Where the fuck have you been?
Hear, feel, think.
Uh-huh. I've heard that voicemail 100 times.
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Yeah. These are very appropriate responses, like, why now, first and foremost? Second, what the fuck are you? Like, internally, for reasons. I mean, I guess, why now is a good question.
After your sojourn in the first, I believe you have your answer.
Do I?
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Hydaelyn has always been, a primal.
Okay.
Zodiark was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him.
But why?
Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered.
But why did you sunder him?
The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Soon, you say? I have so many questions. Yep, seat of Azem. Azem was known for traveling the lands and befriending new people.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taken a look at the island already?
No, I had a talk with a certain somebody.
Let's go! Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Yeah, I was gonna say that didn't really answer my question. Why now? And it's like... she gave me a roundabout answer. Oh, well, you will... why now? Well, because you already know what I am. It's like, yeah, but why are you coming to me now?
There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Hello, Sharlayans. I hope you're not doing too okay, because we're about to cause fucking havoc in your city. We're about to upturn the very standard of living that you're so used to. Oh, there's the moon. Hello. Yep. We're here. all I see is a mile's worth of garages full of Lamborghinis.
Of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands.
Oh!
How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil.
Oh.
So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Old Sharlayan. Aurora Borealis.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge.
Return Warrior of Light Descender. Sorry, he's not wanted here.
Of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
We need to go through customs. Hope you're ready for a pat down.
So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed.
Sir, what are these 16 hard gummies that you have in your pocket? Oh, don't worry about those. Those are my drop crystals.
Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Krile has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldesion, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
Do they have, like, Magitech scanners to see stuff in my inventory? They likely do, and they're gonna immediately question...
It might expedite our progress should an actual
Sir,
student be
why
seen
do you have so much
Would
wood
you mind
on
leading
you? It's like, you don't understand.
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
The absolute horde of weapons in my pack.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahat here of the Students of Baldesion at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today.
Scheduled. Such a weird word. Scheduled.
And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Oh, I see. Priority citizens. Guys, why didn't you let us all get the fast pass?
Ishtola rule.
Oh, we don't get Urianje's full name? I know Thancred's last name is Waters. Thancred Aguas.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
Inland is cool, I guess.
I've confirmed
So
your
glad
status as
Lisa's in
Archons
here
and
with her
amended your
fake
travel records
passport.
accordingly. Welcome home.
I don't hate Lisa.
Now, who do we
But-
have here?
God, the game really just tried to shoehorn her in as a main character and then just forgot about her.
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Oh boy.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that,
There's a but.
the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Damn.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
We have orders from the forum to execute you on sight.
These last
Fuck.
two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Hello.
Name and occupation?
Val Fox. Jack of all trades. Artisan. Probably best to not say champion of Eorzea. We want to be discreet. I'm just a dude.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea. And it does indeed match the profile provided.
You have
may
some levels
enter.
in Crafter, I see. A little bit.
And you, sir?
Estinian Wormblood,
Estinian
Dragon Killer.
Formerly
Oh,
of the Order of the
Varlino.
Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
I'm a bum. Oh no.
If you'll allow me.
Hi, Krile.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldesion, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it.
Krile, why couldn't you sponsor me?
But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
Actually, maybe best that she doesn't sponsor
in my
me.
chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Also, this Lalafell unironically has a Karen haircut. I wasn't going to point it out, but now I did.
Krile! It is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
She actually has a ponytail? Oh, does she?
Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
Yee!
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Can I speak to God, haircut? I just spoke to God. She wasn't very, receptive. Oh, hi, Stent. Hold on. Let's speak to all of our friendos before we continue. That was about as awkward as expected. Still, we're here now, and that's all that matters. No sirs, little Mistress Krile. I'm fine, honestly. Better to be waved through with a stern warning than be denied entry after all. Allow me to extend to thee my warmest welcome, Vel. May the wisdom of my homeland aid us in our endeavors. Even allowing that the years I spent at the first passed here in the blink of an eye, the city feels untouched by time. You are doubtless eager to take in the sights. Not to worry, Vel, the city is not like to vanish before we finish our discussion. Here at last, the great city of Sharlayan. You may have noticed some similarities with the Crystarium, yes? In fact, Oh, but we really should let Krile have her say first. We can continue this Wait, Graha, did he fashion the Crystarium to be kinda like Sharlayan? That's cool. I mean, realistically, I think it would be the only other big city that he'd be familiar with, right? I am unaccustomed to fabricating lies on demand. Why should it matter how I earn my living? Estinian, don't file taxes by yourself, please. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Hell yeah! Now hang on. Horse chestnut weapon coffer. What's this? Hydaelyn sword. Hydaelyn shield. Ooh. Alright. Speak to Krile again. Do you have the correct shield? Yes. I put a lot of thought into this. I was like, for glams, should I equip like any other cool shield? But honestly, ever since that event, this has been the only shield that I've felt comfortable rocking glam-wise for Paladin. Alright, Old Sharlayan, new to you. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Vel and Estinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldesion Annex. How does that sound? It's a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levelier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. How awkward it must be, by the way, to be back home, but have to avoid where you used to live. You know, that sucks. I'm equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetheryte Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. I too have places I would be remiss of if not in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. the E clan has a decent presence in Old Sharlayan, but they're still rather nomadic. Ah, I see. What about you, Estinian? I'll just sit around and brood. Oh, Estinian. Oh, I noticed that Krile calls him Raha. Notice then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Dusty old memories? Oh, of course, if you will have me. Come, Vel, Sharlayan awaits. He just RP walks everywhere. Alright. Talk to our good friend Grahatia. Oh, you're my lead. Grahatia is now... Oh! Can't believe it. By entering a different area, you may also speak to him and select the option to part ways. Wish to have Grahatia accompany you again? Return to speak with him with your requirements. Next, try speaking with Krile. Oh my god! Oh my god! If you want screenshots, get them now. I'll be sure to. Cafe west side of the harbor. Oh! Lead to stand and speak with Krile. Doesn't. Oh, so these are new mechanics. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the which way offered this discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy your date with Gra. Oh my god. Oh, that is so cool. With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any task which pique your interest. You have been cleared by the immigration officials, after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Sharlayan the same way it is in Orzia. Date with Graha and the third wheel Krile. And as the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks, you'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Sharlayan's pursuit of knowledge, namely, large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. You now have moments where they'll trail with you as they're implied to another earlier quest. Gotcha. Well, that's definitely very, very relieving because it feels a lot better if that. Our first Aethernet shard. Assorted books. All right. Now that is a sight one can hardly forget. The great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Baldesion, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. The path leading out to the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholars which stands at its end. As you know, the Sharlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more of a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Sharlayans can, and do, worship the divinities of their choosing. Ah, I see. So it's more of a formality than anything like... That particular patron deity likes knowledge as much as we do. So we built a statue for him. That's it. Alright, let me take a look at the other... Oh! Nice little chat bar. Let's go over here. Symbol of what they stand for. Yeah, pretty much. Archon's design. Ooh! I saw this in the trailer, but it looks really impressive. Aetheryte. You know? The market board, I'm sure I'll be going there decent chunk of times. Let me pan out real quick. Is there only one? No, there's two. There's one right over here. The new textures make the Aetherites look amazing. Yeah. Ooh. Alright, and that's the annex. That's where we'll be going to meet with the others. Let's see. One over here, it seems. I'm seeing what looks to be like shops and stuff. Krile will probably lead you to a bunch of these places. Oh, okay. Yeah, better do that then. That way I don't have to do it twice. I don't want to make the same mistake that I did with, I think it was Ishgard, when I got there. It's like, here, let me go get all the Aetherites. Oh, by the way, do you want to go on a tour? Hence why I think they kind of lock you out of that now, and instead wait for, just wait, immediately give you the tour and whatnot prior. But here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Sharlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first, and taste a dissonant second. Gotcha. So it's factor foods. It's factor foods. Minus the nutrition element. So it's just bland all around with no nutritional value. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining. Hold on, that makes the name really fucking funny. The last stand is the one Applebee's in the country. Literally, no more! I have had enough of this garbage food. I am making my own, and it's gonna be fucking delicious. I seem to recall their burger being hailed. Burger, you say? Because you were a typical Sharlayan when it came to the cheap and convenient raw, but surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate it as a well-prepared dish. We should all stop when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Oh no! Wait, burger. Have they described Archon loaf yet? No, yeah. It's basically, it's essentially the closest equivalent to it is like fish bread. It's nutrition, it's filling, sure, but it's not very tasty. It's very bitter. Alright, next locale. Words do not quite capture it. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's perfectly functioning Aetherite. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allegan Aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the... You know... Just saying. I'm starting to kind of make some similarities here between this and Amarat. Also, yeah, unironically, the Sharlayans are likely the ones that take her fucking fees. Speaking of Aetherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tend to rely on the far cheaper ferry services. I was pleasantly surprised when Mr. Sotaro informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our— Not me! The fuck? But I find old habits hard to break, that and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. Why wasn't I made aware of this? Since when do we get compensated for fucking teleportation fees? I would like to know. I would have liked to know about that. It's skill being converted as transmutated energy. It's not like a tax thing. You say that, it feels like a tax thing. Experts will prove some side just so you remember the way here. Yep. It's probably the canon reason for the Waking Sand tickets. You are the traveler, you would break the bank instantly. The Agora! A summoning bell! Hunts and Blue Mage, ooh! Discuss the bookstalls. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return here later then. These little open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Sharlayan. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. Yeah, I can't imagine these would be good to have out in public everywhere else. Local book stand rated for everything that is worth an Ulda. If somebody was charging for teleporting the warrior light, would have crumpled them to a ball. Oh, I don't know if it was mentioned, but if you're close to a Sunseeker, you can drop the tribal initial on their name. Oh, really? They exist in some places IRL, but I would not trust it in Ulda, yeah. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out. For the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up on for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetherite Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the stairs to that imposing building at the very top. The very top, you say? Yeah, I would imagine that open-air bookstalls like that are very common around Philadelphia and like on college campuses and stuff like that. But if you're close to a Sunseeker, you can drop the Oh, wait. If you're close to a Sunseeker, like you... So if you're close to a Mikote, basically, like if you're good friends with them, you can kind of drop their tribal initial as like to show that you're on friendly terms. So it's why Krile calls Graha Raha. This is the place Garlemald was too scared to invade. Really? Your light really is experimental equipment? Where? This is the place Garlemald was too scared to invade. That's interesting. Discuss the water features. These little decorative features are typical of Sharlayan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Sharlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as the symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine Ur. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Interesting. They were scared of a bunch of nerds. And they came here in the wake of the Fourth Umbral Calamity. That's interesting. So that just sounds to me like, because when did the Allegan Empire fall? At the end of the Fourth Umbral? This grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into a council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. But my apologies. From here one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in the mind of my rival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councilors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Oh. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. Oh, you may have meant the... yes, Reddit the building. Oh, shit. Hang on. Looks fucking gorgeous. Also, yeah, as a side note, I did figure out my shaders, by the way. So now I look all purdy, if a little oversaturated. But I can adjust that later. But yeah, I've pretty much figured out my shaders, but I think just to maintain a consistent frame rate, I'll have them shut off. The game might look a little desaturated at times, but honestly, I think it's better that way than unfortunately being a little too oversaturated at times. Though I better not speak too loudly or else Yoshi P's gonna break my ankles. So, down these stairs. We've arrived at Journey's End. Oh. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore the Archon Nunkrepf built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials in the oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Leveilleur. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time. Oh. I hope it has proven to be a enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to Baldesion Annex? Remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, and follow the path to the Aether Plaza? Correct, after you, Vel. Okay. Real quick, let's attune to the remaining Aetherites. Oh, so yeah, it's crazy to think that, biggest home is the Leveilleur house. And, you know, my favorite shields are the House 4 Tom shield or the Emperor's. Your favorite shields are the best shield or no shield at all. I agree. There's no inn on this island? Really? Interesting that there would be a market board but no inn. They do come up with a solution. Oh, okay. Wait, am I missing one? Am I missing an aetherite? Hold on. Oh, I'm missing the studium. Tell you what, let's go get the studium one. Also, shit, I missed out on a... You're a big fan of minimalism? I don't blame you. Think by the studium. But you'll be there soon. I'll just go attune to it right now. Stunt over there. Alright, there we go. And with that, all the aetherites in Old Sharlayan have been attuned to. I think I missed a conversation around Journey's End, so let's go back there real quick. I looked at a lot of artifact weapons and hand pieces for Monk match. I've been considering picking up Monk or like Pugilist, but I really do not want to level another class up to level 80 from 1 again. Right, we crossed the bridge here as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back in the Aetherite Plaza. Well, educational research students, but there's still professors who prefer to establish their own private practices. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Right, because Alphino and Alize lived a very privileged upbringing, that's right. You could unlock, I think Viper starts at 80. Viper starts at 70, I believe. No, you're right. Viper does start at 80, along with Pictomancer. I don't know. I've been debating what class I want to start for Dawn Trail when I eventually get to it. I'm definitely considering Pictomancer for Dawn Trail. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldesion Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of the phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. Picto is stupid strong. Alright, time for cutscenes. Oh, never mind. I'm back, and I've brought Vel and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Vel. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Oshka? Oshka Sunjika? Sunjika. It's been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojka Sunjika, an administration officer to the students of Baldesion. He oversees the day-to-day business of the annex. You may recall meeting his cousin Eshka. Oh yes, Eureka. Guys. I didn't do Eureka. I didn't do Eureka. I don't know who this person is. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Sharlayan, whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies for distant shores. and the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Yeah, why do you think you're here to restore the old students of Baldesion? Eureka messed them all up. Yeah, no, I haven't done Eureka. I probably need to. Just for story stuff. In Ultimates, they have lots of time where nobody can DPS the boss. That's optimal for Picto. Oh, I see. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is the shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telophoroi fall. So that door on the left is where the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Oh, okay! Ah, the nap room is perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed, far more than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Sure thing. I like this music already. Do you have papers pasted on the walls of your room? It was not unusual for occupants to pin up notes or documents and such when they forget to take them when they went on their merry way. Sometimes it was quite deliberate though. You might see complaints addressed to other members or thank you card for the engrossing literature someone left behind. Beloved traditions that I should know better than to dwell upon. If we are to create a future for the students of Baldesion and so many others, we must look to the days ahead. Great. Feeling refreshed and alert? Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. Alright. And everyone's here. Hello, friends.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's okay, dude.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Also, can I just
Let's
say,
get down to business then, shall
it
we?
is such a nice change of pace to hear some different cutscene music for once.
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The Bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous.
Interesting.
Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Yeah, that's very concerning,
Fortuno's
to say the
refusal
least.
Gridania had those same
The fact that,
undertones.
because even
It was
like
as if Having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. What could that possibly
I'll
be?
keep my thoughts to myself.
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldesion. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown.
Okay.
The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the Satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Krile's lines of inquiry, and having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary.
So this is the quest split then.
Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Of course.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
You know, what was it, Thavnairian mists and stuff like that?
We experience in the field of research.
Having done the animal weapon stuff, that should have been vital.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
The comparison I was going to make, by the way, was
the more the merrier.
Was it not the U.S. Senate, the House of Representatives, where they have like 200 plus, like 400 members or some shit, and it's like oftentimes they'll come to an agreement or a decision where not all the Republicans agree on one thing, or not all the Democrats agree on one thing. So this is definitely bizarre that in a House of basically 99 representatives or 99 council members, every single one of them said, nah,
I'll be happy to have you along then.
We're gonna stay out of this.
So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Alright, so if I'm not mistaken, I think I was told... If I'm not mistaken, I think I was told by somebody to start with, to leave the stuff at Thavnair for last, and do the other one first. So I'll probably stick in Sharlayan for now. Bwah, 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 bwah. Yeah, so we'll stick with this group for now, and then we'll go over here probably next part. An unsettling challenge has come over to Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause of the forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day, but now that I have this band of willing reinforcements and Raha's eidetic memory, the search will proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside the Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Alright, let's get going. Let's hit the books. You know, I figured it's like with Kaluja and Amarang. Alright, so speak with Krile outside the... Oh, is it snowing? Oh, it's snowing. Hello! Diminutive Gleaner. Hunt for specimens. Maybe later. Fair enough, I am pretty far north. Oh wait, this way. That's the hump board quest. Gotcha. Welcome to Endwalker to the Endwalker Warrior of both presence and absence of electromagnetic waves. And I like this tune already. Oh, wait. Where am I going? This way. On. There we go. The Studium. Oh, okay. My directions are easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. The building is actually only an entrance, and one of the many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Gubal Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of... Damn, really? It's free to enter and peruse its shelves. While most of its shelves, only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Y'shtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alize and Alphino will help me continue my search throughout the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As non-citizen, you're only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. It's the Greater Goober Library. Alright then, time to go to the public library. Oh. Oh, how does this place look with my shaders on? Oh, that looks fucking gorgeous. Holy shit. It's killing my frame rate, but it looks gorgeous. In other words, we did not make more floors. I mean, listen, I saw the CGI trailer. I saw the CGI trailer. This place is huge. But yeah, no, I can very much tell that it's like one of those things where it's like, technically only the first floor is open. The other floors are there in spirit. Wait, I turned it into a Resident Evil 1 level? I always feel like shaders go way too far with color saturation. Yeah, the ones that I'm using are the Ultima shaders, which I think for this in particular, I think this looks really, really good. I also like the depth of field and like the motion blur and stuff like that. But part of me also generally feels like they go a little bit too far at times. Like, I think this area looks really good with them on because it brightens it up and makes it really feel lived in. But outside of anything else, that kind of goes a bit far. Alright, let's see what this tome is. The faded title on the spine reads Stewards of Wisdom. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Njernkrempf, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, with knowledge deliver the world. That's yeah, that's immediately interesting because that goes against what's currently happening. Louis Sua's whole thing was, we have to spread our knowledge. It's a fucking stupid move to keep all this boundless knowledge, all this plentiful like know-how on how to do things to ourselves. We should spread it. And what did they reply with? No. That goes against our ways. But it's like, wait a minute. The voice of a growing city. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Eslesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, that resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Boy. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail the protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the Sixth Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of nationwide vote. Thus was the forum as we know it today conceived and created. Ecclesia. Okay. That's interesting. They used to have open debate, but as more members of Sharlayan kind of grew, democracy is impractical and they switched to a republic, yeah. When everyone has a voice, no one does, kind of thing, right? Well, less when everyone has a voice, when everyone has an equal say in everything. Nothing is gonna get done. An introduction to the heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologies of Allag who came closest to understanding the laws which govern the starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past, that their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? The book is on the wrong subject. Such will contain details in the forum or mention history of the Sharlayan. Okay, so that was interesting. This is also true IRL. Yeah, I know as much. I'm not super versed on spacey stuff, but I know bits and pieces. Yeah, there's more books than are actually relevant. I figure. All right. Well-worn manual. Forever 20 Summers. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? No? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40, whatever age you are when you discover this manual. Let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research. Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from biological, ethereological, and arcane viewpoint. This book is on the wrong subject. Book is on the wrong subject, but I kind of like it. This feels like a physical manifestation of the Google rabbit hole. Red-covered book. This. Roads of the Old Colony. Roads of the Old, the colony. Many years ago, on the banks of Thaliak and Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed the motion to recognize what had become a flourishing nation known as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. You didn't miss much, don't worry, we're just reading books. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Exodus, however, the goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. Book does not contain. Okay, yeah, this book is useless. The Story of Sharlayan. Read this. Long, long ago, on an island in the northern sea, there lived a Rogadan man by the name of Njunkref. Njunkref was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship. Noah assembled a crew and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning wind waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Njunkref's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. Noah, but not the Allegan guy, Noah, yeah. With only moments to spare, Njunkref wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to the top of Abalathia's spine. Refugees from surrounding the regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Njunkref gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers, and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent on returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan we live on this day. Mission form house. Hang on. Quick analysis. Quick analysis here. 1 second. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Njunkref's crew hauled them aboard his ark, but the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. So, call me crazy here, right? I'm gonna make a quick thing. Amarat in the final days. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash it all to pieces. Right? With only moments to spare, Njunkref wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship safely atop Abalathia's spine. Zodiark was summoned. Right? Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food and led to violence and bloodshed. Hydaelyn's those that remained. The ones that decided to summon Hydaelyn. Saddened by the sight, Njunkref gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. It's describing... No. I get what it's describing, right? I understand that. I'm just making parallels. Like, no. I know it's not meant to be. I'm just making personal parallels. History doesn't repeat, but it does tend to rhyme. Yeah? That's all I'm saying. I'm aware that the book is not about the final days or whatever. Don't worry. Hello, friendos. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphabet on Krile should be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they even are that. Mach was like, yeah, we're cooler than Njunkref. Our boat can fly and lead still floating on. Why are your demonic slaves rebelling? Who could have foreseen this? Ensure discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable place to read and ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed that the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed... Harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to reconciliation. We will mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnir. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship, brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Gallian rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most Imperial provinces, but Garlemald remained the region Locus Ammonius. So I renamed the region. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious Imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allaganai no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allaganai, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Baldesion, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. I never even considered... Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Ethan Thanker was taken in by Archon Louisoix, was he not? Stories of adopted wives and rescued orphans were more common among Sharlayans than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. It's exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain the nation of which its citizens can be proud. Here, another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse while we try to make some headway into these books, Vel. More company should be arriving any moment now. Alright. Garlemald, the three city-states in Sharlayan all started after the Sixth Umbral Calamity, yet only Garlemald and Sharlayan got this advance. That's a... I think that more leads into kind of like... Obviously, because, you know, Garlemald had Emmet Selk behind it and whatnot, right? So that would have had direct influence from Ascian rule. Whereas Sharlayan more or less just kind of abstained from getting involved in any major conflicts. And then, of course, you also have the fact that Ul'dah, Gridania, Ishgard, and then Limsa all kind of squabbled with each other. They've actively held each other back, if anything, you know? At least up until now. Well, like, that was the big problem with all the three city-states initially, is that they were all very selfish. They all care about themselves, sure, and they'll join hands when the entire world is at stake. But as far as, like, helping each other out, you know? Why pronounce like a wafer? Almost have been in a... Waif. Oh, okay. Yeah, a lot of these old-timey words I'm not super familiar with. Not to be confused with waifu. Yep. Right. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mrs. Krile has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Ooh, yeah. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarant firsthand, and I fear I may be overlooking critical details. Leave it to me. I'll be sure to explain the final days as best I can. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? A complete destabilization of creation magics. Yep. The flames of disaster! Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Ishtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals propagated by the Ashens. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? They say it began with the keening sound from the land. Alphino, you can answer this one. It began with the keening sound from the land itself. Ah, yes, the Amaratines spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually, it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarat was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite oh. See, that just reminds me of, the screaming sound that the planet makes in Final Fantasy VII. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's net mammoths, and ask after any books which may make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They knocked Calumet from the sky? No! What the hell? They summoned Zodiark. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves a sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiark, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Yeah, honestly, that's definitely been the highlight of me in playing Final Fantasy XIV. is that my vague knowledge of all the other Final Fantasies, and of course just my knowledge of Final Fantasy VII and stuff like that, whenever they start alluding to different types of things like this, like the planets screaming out, I can make a relative kind of like, oh, this reminds me of this from this Final Fantasy. But it's not like a direct callback. It's not like a, hey guys, remember this from this Final Fantasy that you played? It's less that. It's more, we're taking the thing you remember and we're repurposing it for this plot thread that we're going for. Like, they've done it so well in every expansion, it feels like. There hasn't been a single instance of a member berry being there just for the sake of being a member berry. Everything has kind of had, you know, reason for being in the game. Live spreader new... Yeah. Or might have, had Vana and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telepharoi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs, is forcing people to summon primals, a kind of catalyst. Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let's return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but this time we begin studying these research papers. The ancients committed mass self-sacrifice to save and restore the world, then tried to create and sacrifice untold life to restore the initial self-sacrifices, but Hydaelyn said, what the fuck? Yeah, if anything, the lyrics to Answers, given what I know now, has completely changed in context. To all of my children of whom death has passed judgment. Basically, Hydaelyn speaking to us, the Sundered, who the Ascians have all but basically said, you're nothing to us. You're dead. Yeah, you're basically nothing to us. And obviously the other lyrics also tie into that with the more bassy kind of like male voices being the Ascians and the female voice being Hydaelyn. It'll be interesting that once this is all done, to go back and listening to Answers and analyzing those lyrics. Yeah, our souls have been torn and our bodies forsaken. Yeah. Release your hands, for your will drags us under. My legs grow tired. Tell us why we must wander. How can we go on if redemption's beyond us? That's the thing. How can we go on if redemption's beyond us? How are we to basically redeem ourselves if you've basically painted us as the villains? All we're trying to do is restore what we once had, but you, Hydaelyn, are painting us as the bad guys. You know, it's such an interesting set of lyrics that's given to you so early on in the story. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books. Yep. Burying sins of our past for our future is taken. Yep. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Garen oracles for its potential to cause panic and confusion. That tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Gubal Library. Wait, the recurring themes in the story is like how Soken took FF14's Garuda theme, Fallen Angel, and put its melody in the background of Control, which is FF16's Garuda theme. Oh, interesting! I'm gonna catch some air, have fun. Alright, later! The music sound like the planet keening. The land's alive, so belief. Oh, yeah, and so good. It's even less likely that the knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortuna with the knowledge of the Telophori and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Oh no! You labor for what feels like an age as your stole as research assistant. Ugh. Me after doing all that research. Just... He died. Thank you for your help, but I think I can manage the rest without your assistance. If I were you, I'd steal a few quiet moments for myself. Did you notice that the witness suffer with the jumble of words have Hydaelyn's here feel thanks sprinkled in there? Also at the end our answer is thou must live, die, and know. Yep. Basically telling the Asians, you need to let us kind of thrive. Kind of thing, right? Like your time is done. You need to let us do our thing. But in that same vein, what makes her correct? That's the thing, right? It's like, oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subject I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Seat at the last stand. Ready for a tea break, Vel? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables, and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Hey, Graha, you want to join us for coffee? Oh. He's hyperfixated. I will leave you be, best boy. I was just to say, his hyperfixation just kicked in, yeah. Where is... You know, I have a question. Does the fog here ever clear up? I only asked because this place looked gorgeous in the CGI trailer. A lot of it is admittedly kind of being covered up by the fog. Yes? Wait, is it narrative fog? Is it narrative fog? Weather, gotcha. I was like, right now it's foggy because that's how much knowledge you have about what the Sharlayan dudes are doing. It's like, no. As busy as ever, I see. How very Sharlayan that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood around the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizens has to say about the Telophori. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Alright. Ablaze is now my friendo. Private respite. If you were looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. Instead of standard, we were simply wondering if you knew of the Telophori. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear, and... Wait, you're that House Levailleur girl, aren't you? As this man with you is obviously a foreigner. I heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth through the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be, I've not to say the likes of... Damn. Jeez. Very rude people. It's like, oh wait, you're that Levailleur girl, aren't you? Fuck you. How about you, friend? Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophori and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't young Miss Levailleur. My apologies, but I work in the office of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fortunal that I was helping you... I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. Aw, damn. What about you? Richard? Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mr. Salase I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of The Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the studium. It seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? Dick on when Dick off shows up. It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with their situation. Quite so quickly, everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levailleur. No matter how discreet Master Fortuno may have been, news of your family's doings never stay a secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back into the city now of all times? We have questions, and only Sharlayan has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about the apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid, and that's what you were here to find. Information on this apocalypse. Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons, appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Sharlayan, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? Listen, I have experience being a waiter prior. Don't worry, I'll do fine. He said the chatty group seen by the water's edge. The almost for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla, an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should feel Cote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. You're not sure? Just bring it in. Oh, good luck. But it looked like you noticed Hydaelyn's pun from the boat. I believe you have your answer. Oh, no, yeah. Yeah, I picked up on it. I picked up on it. Fucking cheeky bitch. Anyways, here, let me switch to a more appropriate glam for being a waiter. I can't hide my shield, though. Oh, and I unfortunately cannot hide my weapon, though. So... So at this cafe table, tea. Oh, my tea set! Lovely, thank you. That's Salafa who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. You can, a button in the lower left. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about the ritual or arcane practice of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Oh my god, you're right. There we go. And by the water is person number 2. So this Gisla is the Mikote that wants the, that's the harbor. Ba 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 ba. Omelette. Let's dig in, no time to waste. Alright. What? That's Alophroy. Ah yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. All of these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood. Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Alright. Oh, by the water. Here is your, oven-baked lobster. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Final days? This is the first time I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. Gleaner? You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Sharlayan. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So named for those folks who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Telophoroi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this. Huh. I didn't think they hired... Shut up. Hush. In trouble with the customers. Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job in ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Ah, coffee! But let's enjoy our drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. I'll keep on this casual fit for a little bit. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. This is nice.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan. Grahar said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt.
Yeah.
And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
Dude, did you see that?
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
That was like 3 of the same dude on 3 different boats.
A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute.
Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Oh boy. We have intrigue. A Labyrinthine Descent. You should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenron. It'll join you in a moment. Master Dickham will want his cups back. Alright. Yeah. Make our way to the place. Make our way to the place. I've heard the name Labyrinthos before too, I'm pretty sure. Sounds familiar. Yeah, no, this whole plot line with like figuring out what the deal is with the Forum. I'm interested to see how this evolves. We will find David Bowie there, maybe. Because Labyrinthos, I get that. Oh my god, that dude's name is Beavis. Oh. Probably from the Great Goober Library. Yeah, probably. Anyways, hello! I'm back. There's a lexicon on the first floor that I need you to... Ah, you found something, haven't you? Oh, it's like my assistant returns! Welcome back, Vel. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. Wow, I haven't played Black Mage in a while. I didn't know they deleted Sharpcast. What? Makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. And a sudden and significant increase of Gleaner traffic and in cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Ystolo observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Vel and Alize learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it is a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service of the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Fine idea. Well, actually, hold on. What should we expect down there? Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. It would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs and over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. What could possibly make collectors hurry even more to find historical artifacts? Like, imagine this, right? Imagine that we tell the world at large, hey guys, the new Nvidia cards are going to be going out of stock very soon. You should panic and buy right now. And then the manufacturers come and tell us, no, we're fine, don't worry. Believe you me, we will not be running out of production for cards anytime soon. Guys, put the cards on sale, sell as many as you can. Sell as many as you can, we gotta make profit before we close down. Or it's like insider trading, basically. Where, like, you know what's gonna happen, and so you put stock in something that you know is gonna rise or fall. Follow Alize. Warrior Flight, why have you assembled us 3 great companies? We are fucking under attack. Game. You're doing the thing. My regular walk speed is faster than her speed, but my walk speed is also... Now we run, try to keep up. Admittedly, though, I do like this. It makes questing a little bit more interactive and makes you more attached to the characters that you've been following all this time, as opposed to we all disappear and you go here kind of thing, right? And then we all just kind of magically meet back up. If you designed a quest, you are making video games. Was Yuji Naka a gleaner? Maybe. Either way, he's paying the fucking price for it. She read about running in a book once and had to give it a try. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. The Rostra. Oh, for a second there I almost thought the fucking things glowed blue, but no, it's just the reflective lighting. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
The hell?
In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed.
Bro, what?
If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation.
Sheeps.
Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Oh my god. Dude, Old Sharlayan is fucking expansive. What the hell? It's like, yeah, so we ran out of room in the main city we built, so we've just built another city underneath it. It's a vault.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
That's impressive.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma.
Oh.
It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Have you pieced together that it's because Emmett's soul can still live on?
Aren't those people gleaners?
Oh, I think I recognize that bun.
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but would
I
seem
recognize
that
that
being
rabbit.
enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Also, actually, this will be really cool. This will be my first introduction to another male Vieira. Hell yeah! Kyle, you good?
Did you call to me just now?
No.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Why would it be me? I'm not allowed to talk. Oh my god, hello. Hi. I like your fit. Let's go speak to peoples. Dobin. Excuse me. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. They call me U-Haul. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos, you know, then sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high, damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, preparing for the next big expansion. Your exchanger zone has told you about taking stock in Labyrinthos. Alright, cool. Cool. Tieve. Or Tive. I'll call him Tieve. Let me think. The Rhea seed should be item 1058. Cumin seeds 1059. Snurbbleberry 1060. Or were they 1061? Praying for Dawn Shield to come out? Unlikely. Argh, my head feels like it's stuffed with Moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Korthan carrots for the Gurabanian carrots? What then? Your exchange with TF has brought about you large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. Wait, carrots? Listen, I don't want to play into the stereotype. I may or may not have an affinity for carrots. And our final person... the Nui Man. It's Erenville. You're here to help me you're here to help or give me more headaches. Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of mammoths running loose. Your exchange with Erenville has taught you about exhausted gleaners. Interesting. Random fact, Alphino and Alize's dad does not like carrots. I wonder why. Hey, look, Vel, what tales did the gleaners have to tell? Boop, boop, boop. Neither does Joshua from FF16. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Yeah, that's interesting. They're importing more than they're exporting, and it's a rush order. It sounds like it's like, no, we need to get this stuff now. Get it out there. We need to get stuff in. Like, it's weird. And it seems like the poor gleaners here just were not expecting this much of a demand. It would do well to learn more of what specifically the gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Vel, I have an idea. Oh? Didn't one of the gleaners you questioned say something about escaped mammoths? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Alright, time to go help Erenville. Hello, Banui Man. You wish to help me find the mammoths. I've nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. The name is Erenville, friend. Specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, capture of these Nagyan mammoths is a trial I have no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, there are no other mammoth species on this tier present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack, gently, of course. Cleaners are just retail workers posing as librarians. A little surprised they're overworked, yeah. Burning forest. Oh, I looked at the text and those are marmots. Marmots. Oh, marmot, not mammoth. Gotcha. Yeah, the word gets used so loosely here. Choose the whist. Alright. Adventuring with Erenville. On to the forest. Wait, can I use my bike here? Yes, I can. They're basically mice. Gotcha. There we go. Oh, wait, let me listen to this. Oh, I like it. I like it already. We're back to... So, I mentioned this on yesterday when I was playing FF14 with some friendos. I like Shadowbringer's battle theme, but it feels a tiny bit too intrusive. Like, it feels a little bit too, like, in your face, like... This feels a lot more on par with Heaven's Ward's battle theme, which I was already a huge fan of. This sounds really good already. Oh, come here. Wait, Vel, I mean no offense by this, but looking at your hotbar gives me a headache just looking at it. Wait, why? Why does my hotbar give you a headache? What's wrong with my hotbar? Also, yeah, the ESP is very intense, yeah. Though, to be honest, I think the worst one is definitely Stormbloods, because it's... Do I need to talk about Stormblood again? Do you want us to answer that question? Wait, what's wrong with my hotbar? Do you want me to answer that question? Maybe? It looks so clustered and unorganized, I can't explain why. Like, oh my god, your mitts are everywhere? Honestly, this is just what's worked for me with playing Paladin. Listen, like, honestly, with Paladin, I have had the biggest problem just trying to organize things, simply because I got way too many... Paladin just gives you actions. All, like, it's so early on. I'm level 80, and my hotbars are full. Whereas if I switch to Dark Knight, my Dark Knight one isn't full. Largely because I'm still missing Shadowbringer, I believe. But, my mitt combo is right here. So Rampart goes with Arm's Length, and then Shadow Wall goes with Reprisal. That's just easiest for me to, hit. Blackest Night is just right over here. I can hit Dark Missionary and Dark Mind at the same time. And then that's pretty much all I need for mitigations on Dark Knight. But then I switch over to Paladin. And Jesus Christ, it's a little rough, not gonna lie, but this so far has worked for me. I can understand why it might seem a little confusing, but for me this works. Oh, you keep them as the same button input, you just don't know how to turn holding. Oh, you keep them as the same button input, just on either double tapping. But I get it, I can't move and press D-pad button at the same time without claw. Yeah, no, there have been a few occasions where I have to claw certain abilities while I'm moving, hence why none of my, like, aggro skills are on my, like, my left hand. Just because that's a little tougher for me. Well, I say none of my aggro skills. My gap closer is right here. We'll see, hold on, let me read this real quick. The way I have my hotbar set up, I have a single target on one side, AoE on the other, and the floating bar, I have team mits and damage buffs on one side, and the other side has my personal mits. Then under my bar has random utility stuff and LB. I'm now infinitely more curious about how you hold the controller. Can you not press the D-pad while having your pointer finger on the left stick? My pointer finger on the left stick? I have my thumb on the left stick. What do you mean? I'm legit confused there. Pointer, like... No, that... I'm trying to do what you're describing? This feels... Hold on. So, like, my... Yeah, no. My thumbs are the ones that largely press buttons. My two index fingers are on the back triggers. I use my thumb, yeah. Thumb on D-pad, index finger on control stick, right above it. I'm on D-pad, index finger on control... Index finger? No, sir. No. What the hell? Thumb on D-pad, index finger on control stick. Oh! There you go. That's the confusion we're having. I'm playing on PlayStation. I have a PlayStation controller. Hold on. I have an Xbox controller right here. Thumb on index finger. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, no, yeah. Moving forward with the index finger and then thumb on the D-pad. I get what you mean. Okay. Yeah, no, but this is a very confusing endeavor because I'm like, guys, my thumbsticks are on the bottom. Like, what are you asking me to do? You're asking me to break my fingies. Also, up here I take it. Yes. Also, what'd you miss, Daniel? We're doing some odd jobs for Erenville. We just met another Banui man. What do you mean you can't make your fingers bend backwards? I can, I'm sorry. Really, I kind of like the way a PS5 controller is set up. Also, unironically, I have found so much use out of Shield Bash late game. It's funny because Shield Bash is not something I used super often early on. Well, it's so much for being useful there. Admittedly, though, I will say, Paladin definitely feels like one of these slower classes with its actions. Like Dark Knight, it feels like I can go like bam, 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 bam with abilities. Paladin kind of feels like one of these slower ones, like slice, action, slice, action. Like it definitely feels a little bit slower in comparison to some of the other tank classes that I've played. Especially Gunbreaker. Gunbreaker is just action, 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 action. Kinda useless in bosses and not great on trash pulls and dungeons, but nice in overworld content. I've also found it relatively useful with like, with some trash pulls, yeah. Gunbreaker is the ADHD tank. It's like, I need to press buttons. Search for the grizzled mouse and use the rat sack to capture it. Wait. Did I miss a grizzled mouse? Goonbreaker. Goonbreaker is so funny. There you are. Mousy. Cast rat sack on you. There we go. Deliver. Goondra and Goonslinger. Oh, speaking of Goonslinger, I have actually been leveling Machinist on the side. And let me just say, I've actually been really enjoying Machinist. It's really fun. Good night. Put on the bike. We'll mount. Nah, man, Dirk is Dark Knight, Dark Knight. Oh, are we? It's cool. Yeah, mine is just a level 50 relic, not relic, level 50 tombstone gear for Machinist. Anyways, I'm back here in Erenville. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Ah, there's the odd mammoth out. Marmot. Wait here a moment while I put our fiends in a holding cage. Put our friends fiends? Put our fiends. I'm gonna put this fiend in a cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Who tasked you to capture them in the first place? Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now and in perpetuity, the same officials who have had us working day and night of late. The honorable members of the Forum. Who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed, those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. Okay, we could have eaten the rats. There you are, Vel. Is this the cleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I'm Krile of the students of Baldesion. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That's why we've made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try again, and never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Bye, Erenville. Did you learn anything from your new friend here? So we've confirmed that the order of for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We've also discovered when the operation was begun. The Forum contacted the Gleaners' guild ship and put their people through this great work some 4 days after the Telophoroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners kept abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telophoroi's declaration was what set it in motion. It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archaean? From there, we can reach the lower... Oh, shit. Krile, what's wrong? Sudden descent is left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Oh, sorry. I wish we were chasing after that mouse. Or Marmot, was it? Anyway, it's the trolls that you need to watch out for. Throw wide the gates. No, Graha, not again! Interesting. Well, let's be about it. You got the headaches long after everyone else, I blame lag. Throw tall the gates. I've still got freaking Stormblood's battle theme stuck in my head. Behold, the Archaean. As Numenon serves the Sharlayan's literary archive, so does the structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, as an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. Oh, did I say Stormblood? Yeah, I meant Shadowbringers. Well, we won't learn anything about standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. You know what? Methinks a few more quests, and it might be a good idea to swap over to Durgoon. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archaean's vaults. Especially in Thavnir. Yep. Peruse, you're clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask for your affiliation? You belong to the students of Baldesion, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we'd better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time it will be too late, and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for a moment, shall we? Students of Baldesion. Hold on. That's not sus at all. The upper is called the Outer Circuit, and the Medial Circuit lies here below us. Hold on, let me attune to this 8th right. We are at an impasse, as we have no other leads. I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by a heartfelt plea. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It's likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Oh, I just realized this, I believe, is the dungeon theme to a Heavensward dungeon, I believe. I'm blanking on which one, though. Either a Heavensward dungeon or a Shadowbringers dungeon, I think. It sounds familiar. I've definitely heard the tune before. Is it the Great Gooball Library? Bum 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 ba da bum 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 bum. They don't listen to the arcane even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere, but I was wandering around Tranquility and so we thought to join to the vaults. Whoa! Sweet squid, don't you think? Anyway, we'll have to take care of it until the arcane is open again. Interesting. You know what? It might be the anti-tower. Because the Great Gooball Library had the jazzy sounding like freeform jazz. Pirogo! Oh, there you go. Yeah, the anti-tower is the dungeon we went into to get Menphilia. Wait a minute. Where's the person I'm looking for? Hope you don't mind. Bike indoors. Apologies. Wait. Where's the person I'm looking for? Down here, maybe? Nope. Let's try looking over here. Oh! Bone weary worker. There we go. Apologies for that. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day and only now have found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there. Maybe gate there though, shouldering a large pack and engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. I'm wondering if it'll be Erenville again. Well, it's almost like I can predict the future or something. Hello, Erenville. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close, very close. You wish to help me with this, too. You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. There's a canal here, and the canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with the sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. By a distinctive caw. Okay. See what we got. Well, it wouldn't be that one. Would it? Large green bird? Oh, look for the green bird. Hold on. I'll wait for it. Please tell me the shoe bill isn't here too. I didn't look. Damn. It'd be funny if it was though. Yay!
Fair shot.
Oh.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
Oh, interesting. I like his accent. See, now I can't help but imagine Colin with a similar accent. But nah.
There you are. Any new revelations?
Nah. Just helping a friend.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Yeah, that is interesting.
Oh, It's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
Interesting.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation.
It's like y'all, I don't know what y'all are talking about.
But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
That's alright, Erenville, don't worry about it.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
Alright, later, Red Bonnie.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
Well.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Oh.
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the Medial Circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Bye, Erenville.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
All right. Let's get going. Onward, Thule Mineshaft. Music's kind of wacky, not gonna lie. I'll help out with this fate. Why not? I'll help out with the fate. No. There we go. Point, 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 point. The entrance to the mine shaft is faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures home there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear then, I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the end of the tunnel. Oh see, it's weird. I would have thought this would have been a dungeon. Yeah, it's weird. I would have thought this would have been a dungeon. Alright. Surveying. God, you know, it's similar to the, it's, similar to, whatchamacallit, why am I blanking on the name? Holminster Switch, where you don't get the first dungeon until after. Actually, it's kind of funny because, if I recall correctly, the first dungeon you get with Heavensward. I don't like this part of the battle music, the dun dun dun. Oh, really? Did not mean to do that. Too dressed to shift the tone for me. The only gripe about Endwalker. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh. Now over around here. Yeah, it's kind of funny that this isn't, I think this would have been a cool moment of having a couple more enemies with us, and then having that new mechanic where your companions follow you around while you're doing this. That's a weird fucking frog. What the? I say frog. That's a weird fucking thing. Its legs are backwards. Also Terraria music, yeah. With that incident, nothing of consequence at least, and as promised, the tunnel has delivered us to the Medial Circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Erenville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in this area as research projects. Follow the path and see what we see. Oh, those aren't legs, those are roots? Ray Garlic. Oh wait. To the east. Am I... Hold on. It's to the east. Oh, did I miss it and it's somewhere around here? How many yoms is it to the east? There's one in the tunnel. Alright, well, I'll go and get it off stream. No biggie. Westward lies, bleed toward the east. Oh my god, it's the grapes! Oh! Wait a minute. Were the grapes fixed with Dawn Trail, or were they fixed with Endwalker? They were fixed in Endwalker. Okay, see, for a second there, I thought... I thought that no one noticed the grapes in Shadowbringers, and they only noticed them in Endwalker, and that they were fixed retroactively in Dawn Trail. But no, they were fixed in Endwalker. They have a whole shot just showing you the grapes. It's like, see guys, we fixed them. Because the grapes don't get focused on, like, at all in Shadowbringers. You go to them, but you don't really have to look at them. And then they gave us an outside lamp shaped like the Endwalker squeeps. Food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origins, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only enlisted nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share their same sense of urgency. It's possible they... Ah, God, hold on. It's possible they know something of the former's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or cast about for useful clues. Music is goofy. Also good to see this still has the whole gather info quests. You're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the form has us feeling orderless a mom long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all will be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Yeah, that's an interesting response. It's like, hey, can I ask what's going on and why we're moving all this produce and stuff that we already have stock of? Don't worry, all will be revealed in time. That gives me the biggest, like, raise eyebrow. Huh? What? Also, we can't go in here. Also, hi, Stan. Oh, over there. The last question is just catalog pod. Glory to Sharlayan. Glory to the forum. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising given that it's native to particular locale in a very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Elsabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad of flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested as you might expect. Used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it into Locus Ammonius. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Loyalty to the Banu. Focus among us. What I have ought to be taken down below. More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Transport? Transport? Transport. Hence the stack of crates atop the hill over there. Gods, hauling the lot up to that slope was a job and a half. Also, just a second. Apologies for that. Had to re-plug in my audio interface. And actually, while I'm at it, let me reset my PNGTuber's mic here. There we go. Alright, yeah, apologies for that Windows noise. I gotta figure out if there's a way I can, like, separate Windows audio from, like, my current streaming stuff. That way y'all don't hear stuff like Discord noises or whatnot in the background. But anyways. Let's head back. Investigate the stacked boxes. Stacked boxes, there they are. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports. Huh? White flowers. Sheave?
Hard to look away, isn't it?
Huh?
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
I heard the voice and I was like, Ardbert?
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect.
Interesting.
And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration.
I can imagine.
As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest?
I have some thoughts about these flowers, but...
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
Hmm?
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean?
Well, there's Erenville.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
Possibly.
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Listen, just put me in there. I've got big-ass ears.
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
Krile?
Krile?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him. Almost. I can almost reach you.
What? Now what's going on there? Interesting. Developments are happening. Is Krile still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving. Keep moving too. We cannot let her quarry slip away. Communing with the Banui? What? Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside the Archaean. Come, we can still catch him. Alright, so, what I'm thinking is I will continue for a tiny bit longer, at least until we get this next quest done. And then, actually, I'm not checking quest lists, because I think, given that we're at Endwalker, I don't think it's wise to check a quest list at this point. For those that know, about how far away am I from completing this particular quest line? As far as, like, the Sharlayan section. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logistocken Beta, one of Labyrinthos climate control centers. I'm pretty close? Okay. It should have its own lifts, with which one we could access the upper or lower tiers. Aye, if I were an agent of the Forum, I would make for a convenient meeting place. Just now thinking that Krile was distracted... that Krile was distracted by the flowers that are able to hear, feel, and think. An interesting proposition. Company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. Only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness! You don't. Unaccustomed to transfiguration, worry not, it'll wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Aww. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form you are essentially defenseless. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with the quest objectives. Ghetto. Ribbit. Alpha Toad and Alatoad. It's funny. Again. Let's go! Oh no, Big Toad! Wait a minute! The fucking effect lasts 29 minutes? What? Why would it ever run out if you're just doing the quest? Fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand what that it is telling you that he is. This is the wrong way. Also turns to face the north. Perhaps she's suggesting you cross the bridge. I am going to the bridge. What are you talking about? I think getting hit make the timer go down, but I could be wrong. Oh, okay. I find that funny though, Alatoad and Alice. Sorry, Alatoad and Alpha Toad. Get it. Saved by the cutscene.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Oh boy.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
Hmm.
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Those are not words I ever want to hear from someone in authority.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
The greater good TM. Oh.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
He knows.
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Kupo?
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
The Warrior has now had 2 voiced lines in this game, and the second one was immediately called out as BS. It's like, bitch, you're not a frog! Huh? Who wants to fight me? Ba 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 ba. I suppose we should have known a Gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived, yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty that the Forum Agent mentioned. Damn you all. Ghetto. Funny. Sharlayan has been called to action, and the Telophoroid's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of the sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. So, I have some thoughts now that I want to speculate on. My thoughts are, now that the balance has truly been thrown into question thanks to Fandaniel and his antics, I have a feeling that in a similar way to how the Ascians are formed of unsundered people, the Forum is likely made up of people that are aware of the truth and are remnants, if not direct associates, of those that sided with Hydaelyn after the final days, right? And as such, they have their own way of stopping the final days, but they can't disclose that to anybody in a similar way to how Hydaelyn herself is talking to us. But any answers that any questions that we ask her, she's like, Silly Warrior of Light, I've already given you my answer. You already know what's gonna happen. It's like, no, I don't. You're being incredibly vague. I don't know what you mean. I feel like I might, that might be what's happening. Because it only makes sense that now that we've dealt with, those that sided with Zodiark, it would honestly only make sense that we start dealing with those that sided with Hydaelyn, right? Oh. This looks important. Furry. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all of its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Ystoli and Krile for the moment, see what they think of this. 2 quests remain. Yep. We'll finish the... Nice done. We'll finish those up, and then we'll wrap up stream for the day, and then we'll continue on Thursday. It's funny too, because early on I said these streams would likely not go for as long. I think it appropriate that the first stream at the very least is the longest one, and then we kind of just pad it out with some other stuff until then. Like, take our time with the quests and whatnot, but this honestly has been fairly interesting for me. It's definitely a much slower start. I would honestly argue this is the equivalent to the Yulmore and Kaluja side quest, sorry, not side quest, main quest in Shadowbringers, and I can only assume that the one involving Thavnian, or Thavnian, will be the one more similar to the one in Amarang. I was wondering why I was smelling pickles for a while. My mom just made some. Oh, nice. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville then. Interesting. I had a feeling that you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. Avner. Yeah. We should share this with Krile and then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. Yeah, what's up with Krile? Curious, curious, curious. Whenever people give me that smile emoji, I'm just sitting here like, man. Also, I may need to adjust chat. The chat bot that I have. I may need to adjust it for a few different things. Stories told alone. Ba 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 ba. One. Ow. Trying to remember. Krile is likely up here, where the flowers were. Yep, she is. Hold on, Krile. There we go. It's done. Trial.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting.
Oh, shit, I skipped. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Wait, will you speak with her now? What? Oh.
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest.
Yeah, I can imagine.
After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well.
Yeah, so Minfilia's dead.
Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you.
Wait, another who may... Ardbert!
Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That glue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out.
Interesting, so it really is similar to what Graha was doing to us then.
Talents, though,
we were being
I was
called.
unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Hydaelyn herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower.
Girl needs to update her modem. Also, yeah, I like that even Krile's like, she's being very cryptic.
We are definitely making progress.
She's being very cryptic. I really wish Mama Crystal would give us some proper answers.
We've done nothing wrong.
Uh-oh. Wait, what's going on? Uh-oh. Oh. Hey, Forchies.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
What's suppression? What the
Mistress
fuck?
Baldesion. Our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what the fuck are you talking about?
Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
Wait a minute, motherfucker, hold on. So now you're ready to admit that there is something going on. He came to us in Gridania so fucking sure of himself, like, the world's not ending. If it were, we would know. And now he's like, you can't be here. Especially not given the what's going on right now. We're going through a lot right now. It's like, bitch, really?
And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
Uh-huh.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Oh no, Graha.
Graha? But why?
Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Let's treat it as that. Make the best out of a bad situation, I always say.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse.
Why even have a restricted section? That makes you wonder, right?
But enough.
Because the way that...
This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
The way that Krile and Hydaelyn made it out is that, Archons have access to specific sections of the restricted books. So unless Graha read a certain restricted book that we are not privy to, that should be allowed. Unless they're just being assholes about it. Oh, we're skipping straight to it. Oh boy. Okay, here we go. Oh, that guy's a member of the Forum. I think we met him before.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
Oh boy.
The Forum will come to order.
It sounds like we've got some info then.
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's
The Astro guy is
proceedings.
around here somewhere. Yep.
Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency? As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldesion. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
Wait, rip stream? What?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Hang on. What's going on with the stream? You see it? You're good? Let me refresh. No, it all seems to be fine. You might want to refresh then.
Galuf Baldesion was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer?
Yeah,
Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd.
What'd you notice?
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene.
Yeah.
But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Oh boy, now we're getting into the meat of things.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
What? What the hell?
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore.
Bro, is he being force choked? What the fuck?
Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
No, he just barely caught himself.
Misguided zeal.
Gotcha.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Oh?
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections.
Exactly.
Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order!
Master Montaigne raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Oh, see Krile's here? Yep. I see a few raised hands, but not a lot of people.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
That would have been me. The one guy that wasn't paying attention just kept his hand down just because he didn't listen. That would have unironically have been me. It's like, oh, what? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What are we voting for? Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With their freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of the substance here in Sharlayan. Alright, now that I'm level 81... Oil wheel drags us under... The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. No dissimilar to the way Hydaelyn's being with us. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. His father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family. Alphino? Alize? It is you! Hello. When I heard you had been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Oh shit. Ameliance Leveilleur, at your service. And you fine people must be the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches Father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortuno are not in the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. Colin rubbing his hands mischievously about the bring for cheese. Oh no. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We'll be back at the Annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure we... Vel, what do you think? Vel? The Velfox? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Sure. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Oh my fucking god! Listen here, 4Cheese. You stole my hair. I steal your wife. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Alright. I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I'm glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Vel? Though it seems we shall have a little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us to visit our home? Fine. If we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys. I mean, God, never mind. The love of your estate is that way, straight downstairs. Come on. I will now force her to dress as a Tonberry. Also, Freudian slip? Yeah, very much. Whee! Oh. That didn't jump me nearly as far as I thought it would. Whistle of how positive, all my brothers wake, death comes, vengeance will be ours. All I'm thinking about is the reversal of how positive yeah. So, I need to teleport. Bwah, 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 bwah. When Elsa and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant would always be somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And look at us now, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alpha and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at the exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Oh, so Alisaie would be like peeking over here, about to tip over, and fucking Fortuno's like, Alisaie, no! It's funny to think. That's really funny to think about. Oh yes, this is where I first This is where I first practiced magic on an actual person. Alisaie had fallen, you see, and scraped her knee quite badly, so I tried casting the simple restorative spell I had only just learned. How she smiled when the wound closed, the joy and relief. That was, I believe, the very moment I chose the healing arts as the main subject of my studies. We used to come here all the time with grandfather. In summer, I would dip my hands and feet in the fountain and splash about. Not often, though. Even back then, he wasn't very fond of playing in water. He'd make any excuse to avoid it. Which would explain how I came to swim like an auk. He'd sink like a stone. Hold on, you know what? Instead of debating it, let's try it out right now. They follow. You know, I think as a general thing, so far I've been really enjoying Endwalker. As much as this is a very early start, obviously, this is definitely more comparable to doing Kaluja first, and I'm sure that whenever I go to Thavnir, it'll be much more rigorous with its storytelling. But this has been all interesting. It's very interesting political drama.
Welcome home, my lady.
Y'all want me to be honest there? For a minute there, I thought it was going to break out into Home from Undertale. Yeah, this part.
What? What are you gawping at?
House Levellier and all Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
Oh my god.
As you wish, my lady.
I'm gonna guess this is where Alice and Alphino get their new outfits, correct?
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The Warrior of Alimony. Shut up! I'm not gonna do anything with her.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days, especially, I tried to
You already adopted the twins. What do you
sending
mean?
the Scion's coin and other such donations.
No, I haven't.
Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
That's cute.
It is plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Sure. So there's this time I got sent into a parallel dimension. I had to bring the shadow. Oh, yep, this is the new outfits.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect.
I love these outfits that they get.
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
I read up all about how you became a red mage.
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Oh, I like this new outfit for him too.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
Does Alisaie have jet boosters on her boots?
I'm so glad you
No,
like
I think
them.
they're just heels.
They are, however, missing one final touch.
Oh?
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
We've blended carbuncles to give you this.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Fair enough. Oh, look at that.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb.
Congratulations,
May the wisdom in
Alphino.
that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man. But
Like,
it was
it's
only
so
after you were born that he
flavored.
truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words.
Action.
Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Yes, I believe sages in old Final Fantasies were those who had mastered both white and black magics. I believe that's the case anyway. Alright, let's wrap up this quest. They call him the what? Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too... How do I turn you off? Hang on. For now, however, we'll have to suffice, as will these tokens of... reconsider. Our visit was all too brief for now, however it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us, these gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality, let's return to the Annex and rejoin our companions. Alright, over we go. And I believe this is likely where we'll be calling it for the day. The infestation of Banui's Linger. I enjoyed your time with the I can't read. Enjoyed your time with the Leviers, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret of the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Hydaelyn is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Thavnir, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. Alright. And I think with that, we're pretty much good to call it a session for today. And then on Thursday, we will proceed on to Thavnir with the boys and see what lingers on in Thavnir with them towers that people are talking about. But for now, thank you guys so much for watching today's Final Fantasy XIV stream. I really appreciate everyone tuning in to watch and hope you stick around for future parts. With that all being said, I will catch you all at the same time, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday, if nothing goes awry. But for now, catch y'all later. Bye-bye.